slow start today. Hang on. But okay, welcome back to Kitty Found a Camera. So I'm officially 1 day behind schedule because I did not get my Saturday work done. I didn't do anything on Saturday, and then I did a little bit of this stuff. But there's a lot of stuff here. So I guess I'll just do this today, and then we'll just kind of catch up slowly, maybe. But there are worse things in the world than being 1 day behind schedule. That's why I put the less important things at the closer to the end, after all. Oh, like the main menu, which should probably just be like here. Ooh. Yeah, why did I put so many important things near the end? Hang on, I'm gonna have to reorganize some things here. I'll figure it out. I'll basically just push less important things as I see them down. So, like, actually, let's figure out some things here that are potentially less important. I'm gonna say the trash can sound less important. Yeah, let's just start moving things like that. But I think everything else, I'm fine with this. Yeah. So what I did on Saturday, or whatever day that I was supposed to do work on Saturday, is I made this little area. I'll show you what it is. And I might adjust it slightly because it feels like the player's teleported. And I don't want them to feel like that. I want them to feel like they're still... like it was just in the freezer. And there's a little bit of a stutter now at the start of the game. Which I think is because now there's more shaders. More visual complexity. I might have to figure out more efficient ways of, like, limiting what's visible. But yeah, so there's a chest freezer, and I thought, well, what do kids want to do in chest freezers? They want to get inside the chest freezer. And also, a joke about chest freezers just being stuffed with garbage that you're never going to eat again. That's been hopelessly, like, embedded in the freezer. But yeah, I'm quite happy with this skybox shader. It was actually pretty difficult to figure out the math, even though, like, it literally is just, like, a standard skybox. Because I was, well, it's just hard to figure out. But okay. And then you get out of there, and that just teleports you back up. And there's a very annoying bug where certain lights will be positioned wrong at certain angles and certain camera positions. And I've kind of worked around it by just having it not light up the terrain. Because it was basically like if I had the camera here, looking here, the light from the refrigerator would be visible where Kitty is standing. Basically, it'd be like she was glowing. And it was just some weird thing where, like, the fridge light was being put in the wrong position and rendered from there. And it drove me crazy. So I can kind of work around that, but that is a bug that I'll have to figure out. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was wondering what those cubes were. Those were debug things, because I tried to figure out why my... if we go to... sprinkler... wrong thing. Oh yeah, and yesterday I bought Tamagotchi Life. Because I'd been seeing so many videos that I was really tempted to play it myself. And so I finally got it. And I like it. I knew I would. It's nice to just have a very simple way of creating things, you know? Because, like, I'm already doing basic... like, I'm already making characters and putting them in a world in the game. Like, that's 90% of my work here. But it's so nice to not have to, like, model every individual grain of sand in the world, you know what I mean? I can just put some facial features on a character and then they look like the character that I want them to look like. But okay, enough of that. We need some textures. So yeah, let's go back to Blender. Well, do I need the textures for this? I don't need this one as much. I'm going to just put this further down as well. Weston house, chest, freezer, texture. Because what I can do instead, kind of a lazier way of doing it, if we go to here. And I'm kind of divided on whether or not... So basically, the way that the... Yeah, I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have the door, like the upper entrance, be visible to this area. So I'm going to cut a hole in the skybox so that you can see the freezer from up above. And I'm going to let that stay there. Because I don't want, as I said, I don't want it to feel too much like the player's just being teleported. I want it to feel like they are they're still underneath the freezer. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little plane. And I think what I want is actually... We're going to call this... oh, wait, no. I know what to do. We don't need that. So yeah, let's have this be our latch. And then this will be our, like, group here. So what I'm going to do is our modifier here. Now the latch is not as strong. Well, actually... I want it to be a little bit bigger than that. Yeah, that feels good. And then I'm just going to have this be a second material. So yeah, that'll be my brilliant solution for the freezer texture placeholder. Okay. So that was Weston House. And then, yeah, I think actually, I'm going to say Weston House textures. Put that there. We got that. We got that. Yeah, and then I'll have that be all done. And then... Oh, yeah. I forgot for a second what I was doing. Okay. Oh, yeah, all of these are children of the freezer. Okay. Metal. And yeah, classic, just have the metal trim there. That's what a freezer looks like in my world, in my twisted mind. And then I think... Yeah, we actually do need to have this, so yeah, more boxes in here. And then I'm going to call it good. Because yeah, I have a finite amount of time. Yeah, let's see. What should I... And yeah, for Tamagotchi Life, I haven't done too much yet. I only have 6 Miis so far. And it's funny, I've already kind of like run out of ideas. I have 2 characters from a comic that I was writing. 2 characters from somebody else's comic. And then 2 original characters that I made just for the... Well, no. One is kind of original. The other was straight up an original character, because I just made a Mii's eyes really big, and I thought it was funny. And so that's her character trait. Her name is Gazy Susan. And she gazes. And she understands. She observes. Oh, also the other thing I've been doing in there is I'm trying to see how big of a, like, love chain I can create. Because I have one character named Thuck Hugh has a crush on Gazy Susan. Gazy Susan has a crush on a comic character named Dletz. And Dletz has a crush on another comic character named Alaruz. And now I want to see if I can get Alarus to have a crush on some other character. I want to see how, like, fucked up I can make their relationships. But yeah, it's kind of reminded me... Did I talk about it on stream? That I'm also making... I want to make a little Sims game now. It sort of reinvigorated me, because I've talked about it before, I think. I've had some ideas for how to make, like, Sims-style AI for a while, but I didn't know what kind of game I wanted to make. But seeing Miitopia take off, it reminded me, like, it's kind of fun to just, like, watch little characters do things. Like, you don't need to have an amazing... or, like, a super complicated gameplay hook beyond just, here's some little fun little characters that you can make and then adjust and fiddle with. And you can just watch them go and watch them interact. So I've started on that. Very simple, like, need system right now of, like, you know, the NPCs need things like food and energy. So it's more of, like, Sims style rather than Tamagotchi style. But the main thing is there's a lot more complicated social needs. So where, like, in The Sims, characters just need to talk to each other to fulfill that social need, I'm imagining a system where I'll just list off the stats that I think you would need for more interesting simulation. There are things like conformity, because characters would like to feel like they're doing things that are socially appropriate. So the very minor example that I have right now is, or like, an example is when you get food, you sit down to eat it. In part, that's because it's just more comfortable to sit down, but in part, it's also because it feels more appropriate. You're essentially, like, conforming to an expectation that you will sit down to eat, and other things like you'll eat at an appropriate time, or you will, I don't know, not destroy other people's things. All of these are things where, like, the desire comes from a desire to conform, and, like, be a, normal person in society. And so I have that explicitly encoded as just a need in the same way as, like, hunger and energy are. But then there's other needs, like the need for authority. And that actually winds up having very different things, like, for example, spraying things with graffiti is essentially exercising authority over that object in that space. And this is kind of delving into, like, real-world psychology of, like, people vandalize things as an act of control when they don't have control in their day-to-day life. And there's other behaviors that you'll see, like, I don't know, lecturing people on how to act appropriately. That's another thing where, like, if someone doesn't feel like they have control in their life, they will probably be more likely to, like, blow up at other people and then, like, chastise them as a way of just exerting authority. And so I want needs like that, so that way we can create very, like, complicated and nuanced characters just through the simulation. And yeah, because the other one that I've thought of is validation. And the most common example that I can think of is anytime a person tells a story to another person, or, well, a lot of the time, there's an implicit, like, did I react appropriately to this situation? Question. You know what I mean? Like, if you tell someone about, like, a person who was being unreasonable, you're hoping that they will see that and go, wow, that person was being unreasonable. And then you're like, thank you, I'm glad that you agree with me. That's why I told you the story in the first place, so that I could get, you know, validation that I was reacting appropriately. And then you feel bad if they're like, well, actually, I think that person had a reasonable perspective, blah, blah, blah. And even if that's, like, a good answer, it feels bad in the moment because you were, you know, looking for validation. So yeah, I want to try to balance... I want to make a simulation of all that. And right now, it's literally just like a spreadsheet, kind of the character's stats, and then like what action they're doing. I'm not even going to bother with having any sort of visual component until I have the simulation feeling interesting. But yeah, let's let that do that. Yeah, because I think then I can kind of just like, let's see, I'm going to parent these to the shelves as well. Because it feels, I don't know, it feels just aesthetically nicer to have these hierarchies like this. Oh. I see you. But yeah, of course, that's going to be a ways off, because I still have a lot of things to do for all my other games, but that might be my next project. I've said that about a lot of things, though, so who knows? Yeah, I guess what else is new? In June, I'm going to be going on vacation for probably about 3 weeks, because I'm going to take a road trip back home, and then we're going to go fly to my brother's place all the way across the country, and then fly back, and then I'll drive back. So yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah, that'll be right after the Steam Next Fest. In fact, it'll probably be like, yeah, it'd be less than a week after. No, it'd be a little over a week. Okay, so that's plenty of time. I was worried that it'd be like, you know, during Steam Next Fest, but no. If the next fest is like the 6th, I'm leaving like the 17th or something. Oh, I got a cough. Okay, there we go. Yeah, these errors are getting less and less acceptable, these like node cache things, because I think they're significantly slowing down the computer, and I don't know what they are. But yeah, they're like, I think anytime I like move a node, or like, you know, change the node hierarchy, there's like 30,000 errors, and they do nothing. They mean nothing. Because the scene still loads just fine. But yeah, I'm proud of this. It's just a nice little area. And I'm glad that I finally figured out how to do the, like, object that has a skybox attached to it. Because, yeah, it wasn't that... It's not a complicated, let's see, fake sky. The code, well, actually it is kind of complicated, but I just had to get these approximations. These are just stolen from the Godot source code. Yeah, admittedly, it's kind of not complicated at all now that I'm looking at it. We just get the position of the screen coordinate, and then we unproject that, and then we use the view to get the direction that we're actually looking at that pixel. And then we just do some tangent math, because it's actually a, if we go to the sky texture, it's one of these fancy rectangle skyboxes, which turns out is pretty simple to get the coordinates for that. But okay. What did I actually need to do here? I think I got the garage done now. That's what I was doing. I was just putting boxes in here. And I would like, well, I would like at least one unique prop, I think. Nah, you know what? I'm going to put that later. Let's say Weston, garage, chest, freezer, texture, more unique props. Because, yeah, right now, the boxes can leave stuff implied to the imagination, and here, whatever, put the concrete texture there, that's good enough. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. Working from the garage to the rest of the house. Yeah, let's do the textures first. I probably need those. Okay, litter box. Actually, I should get all of my UVs ready. Yeah, maybe someday I'll have the courage to show my me house or my Tamagotchi island on stream. Oh. But actually, the big reason I wouldn't is just because I don't have a capture card. Okay, let's see if I can get this. Well, actually, first of all, I don't even need the bottom of this. Well, no, I don't need that. Okay. Oh yeah, I can get tons more in here. Look at this. Look at how much space we have. We could get fucking 14% more space. And that's with a generous margin on all of our islands. Okay. Actually, we should probably, like, delete all of these, except for standard noise. I have a good idea. UVs. Yeah, everything except for standard noise. Goodbye. Yeah, I will give you updates on, very important updates on my Tamagotchi Island as they unfold. I'll pass it down the grapevine to you. Okay, what else did we need? So let's get all of those here. So the car... Yeah, we got the car done. Because, yeah, I basically just did it as lazily as possible. I just made it use the exact same texture as the husband's truck. It's just a slightly reproportioned version of it, which I figured was funny. It says a lot about society, I think. But okay, the curtains. We have the curtains, right? I think that's literally just a rectangle of any size. Oh yeah, did I mention that I've also been watching Invader Zim? Mostly as actually like a research, because there's like a one-off joke in the game that Bill's wife likes Invader Zim, so I'm like, well, I should probably figure out something to do with that. And that's also why he now has the alien investigation stuff. I'm sure I mentioned that. Ah, well. Okay, I'm gonna say Litterbox probably just needs like 64 pixels. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel right either. Okay, I think bicubic is going to be our best bet here. Yeah, good enough. Okay, so we got the curtains, litter box, bath mat. I think the bath mat is another one that's just like... Let's just do 64 by 64 again. Actually, I'm going to do 64 by 32, I think. Okay, and then for the drying and the water heater, we actually need to get the thing here. Where are the washer and dryer? Oh wait, they're in the laundry room, probably. I could just get the oven in here. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Interior. And I know in here we have the stove, yeah. Okay, decor, kitchen. Probably stove. There we are. Okay. So yeah. Let's just prepare all of our things. Let's have this actually be stove 1. Then we're gonna have washer and dryer. Okay. And then our hot water heater, which I should probably make into a unique mesh as well. But for now, actually, I won't. I should probably look at what a water heater looks like, but I think this will probably be fine. No. Unwrap. There we are. Yeah, that's fine. Who knew that it would be easier to find my files if I didn't have like 150 irrelevant files here? Okay. Anything else that I need? So we got... Actually, let's save... So this will be curtains, Weston. What am I doing here? Renaming this folder. That's what I need. Okay. Curtains. Litter box will be, Wait, that was a creative file, right? Okay, good. Weston... I guess just oh wait, living room. Bath, mat, Weston. I think this one I'm just going to call it a generic, because yeah, eventually it'll be in here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that's because these are 2 of the same ones, and then, what's one that I'm missing, though? Hang on, because we got curtains, we got litter box, bath mat, washing and drying, water heater. Oh, I have litter box twice. Okay. Oh, wait, no, that does need grunge. Okay. Gradually make all of these exactly what I want them to be. Oh yeah, that one doesn't have any UVs. Oh, not that. There we go. And then I don't need this. Actually, how big do I want this curtain to be? Let's go look up the duplex one. Because that should be in here somewhere. Probably under details. Okay, and they use a like 100 by 100 bath mat, which also I've kind of just scribbled on. Doesn't look very good. Okay, but they do have a 256... No, 128 by 128. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, so I think they would have a very simple curtain. It's going to be a slightly off-white. And then probably flowers, I'm imagining. Get our pixel art here. Actually, now I'm thinking, what if the whole bathroom is sort of green and it has like, you know, plants and stuff like that? That'd actually be pretty cool. I think that'd be a nice gimmick for that. So yeah, let's kind of... I think what I want to do is... Actually, where the heck would we put plants in here? This is like a half bath. Because yeah, you wouldn't want to just have a plant in your bathroom. Well, no, you could. It'd be high maintenance though, because you'd have to explicitly like take it out to get it to give it sunlight. But I think she'd be... I think Mrs. Weston would be willing to do that in the name of a nice like bathroom. And I kind of want, actually, hanging pots. That could be interesting. Well, no, that'd be so much work. Like, to actually, like, like, not in terms of, me, but in terms of, like, them in universe. Because then you'd have to take down a hanging pot, like, daily. But okay, that just gives it a little bit more interest, I think. And eventually I do need a medicine cabinet there, but I'm going to ignore that. Let's look up like a floral shower curtain. Vines coming from above. That makes more sense because that would also make it look less like mold growing from the bottom of the curtains. Yes, okay. This makes more sense to me. So we can have our similar idea, and we should make sure that these aren't too uniformly distributed. Yeah, Tamagotchi Life has also gotten me really interested in making a webcomic, because yeah, as I mentioned, there's some characters in there from a comic that I've been designing but never actually, like, released. But there's definitely something about just hearing a character's name said, even if it's by a little text-to-speech thing, where it's like, I want to hear more people say the names of the characters. See, as I meant, because that was the comic that I was talking about doing like a page test. Before I decided to commit to the Steam Next Fest, I was going to take a break and do that. But I think now what I'm going to do is after the Steam Next Fest, I'll take a break. Or maybe I'll do that during my vacation, actually. Which is also coincidentally right after the Steam Next Fest, so I guess it's the same thing. But okay, I also want some lighter green, I think, on top of this. Yeah, that looks good. And then we'll have some nice, lovely flowers on this here. And also I should see, is there anything else? No, I guess what they do for theirs is they just have the vines go down a ways a little bit. Or like at least a couple vines come down all the way. This does kind of look more like slime, but I think once I get the flowers in here, it'll start coming together. I think it might be also because they're going straight down, and that's not really what vines do. There we go. Okay, yeah, that helps a lot. They do look like very thick, like jungle vines. But okay. Let's make, let's see, what kind of flowers do we want? I'm gonna kind of wing it. I saw a blue flower that I liked. Let's try a smidge darker there. Okay, there we are. Maybe like a bright green in here, maybe more of a pink almost. That feels okay. And then also, I want, oh, I see. I accidentally drew this on top of the thing. Do I want to do, I have a better idea. Copy this. Okay. Add, no, layer style. Do like 1 pixel and then like 4 pixels here. Okay, that looks good. That way we have a little bit of a emulation or whatever I'm doing there. And actually, let's also add a 1 pixel white outline. Maybe low opacity, though. And there we have a little bit of further distinguishing. My back already hurts. Ugh. But okay. Flowers. Yeah, I'm going to put a lot of duplicates here, I think. That doesn't look very good with the The duplicates do not look very good. I know. What if I rotate them? I somehow have fucking 2 rotations that I'm doing. I don't know how I'm, like, not getting the 4th rotation. The fabled 4th rotation. There we go. Well, I've done worse. Okay, next step of that then. Get some little white flowers in here. Eh. Fair enough. Okay. And then let's also get in some sort of thing. What I'm going to do... Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no, not in flowers. Just in sort of like a background texture here. I'll figure that out. Because what I want is that. No, I think... linear. That's what we want. That's fine, except for the fact that I kind of don't like the color that I chose. What if we did... Would orange work? But orange is kind of the color of that, like, bathroom mold. But okay, that feels good. Don't need whatever I'm looking at here. And here we kind of don't need a whole lot. I think a water heater would be like gray. And then probably a like darker gray for this portion. And then let's look up a water heater. Because I'm pretty sure they have some, yeah, they have some sort of control panel. Some sort of warning sign, I assume, somewhere. Yeah, like that. Okay. I do need to figure out which side this is on, though. So, like, if we did, okay. So, that's the top. No, wait. Actually, I have a brilliant idea. What if, hear me out on this. Oh, wait. I use the mirror tool to mirror the object. So this is our little control panel, and this is going to be like, I don't know. How hot should water be? Let's say like 165 or something like that. And I should have done this on a separate thing, but oh well. Too late now. Okay. Then, last but not least, our whatever this thing is, energy guide. Okay. Weston... Where the heck is this? Oh yeah, this is under Decor Generic, actually. Okay. And now here we get our main things. So I think maybe a slightly off-white. And then I just need to remember how the heck a washing machine works. I think these are both front... So... Oh wait, no. Dryers are always front-loaded, because you'd have to tumble them on their side. And washers are typically top-loaded, unless they're fancy. So let's just do that. Do we have a way of doing a radius here? We do, okay. Yeah. I'm gonna try like that, but maybe 12 or 10 pixels. I don't know what that is. One, keep that at what it was. Oh, I see. The ratio is just a thing that you set there. How am I not getting? There we go. Okay. I think here. Okay. Weird. But all right. Actually, what if we did something like that? Oh wait, no. Something like that. And then we did like a hard light here. So that way we still have a pretty good idea of what we're looking at. But okay. Okay, and then these are the controls for the actual thing. So we're gonna do, what are we gonna do? Probably another off, probably slightly gray. Let's do like that, and then maybe a circle like this. Okay, so we can go like a pixel above and below the boundaries here. Okay, that kind of seems fine for a washer. Washers aren't very complicated, except for the fact that I want the grunge to be less. Which means that the grunge should probably actually be part of the texture. Take your time, Krita. Okay. And we'll probably have exactly the same there. And I think this one's also going to be a generic. Okay. Okay, and figuring out where the dryer is should be pretty easy. Let's do... I need this layer. We're going to give this the same treatment. Let's see. That feels about right? No. I keep forgetting that it's like 1 pixel wider on this side than this side. Oh wait, but I can literally just move it as well. Okay. That seems fine, and then we do basically the same thing, except this time we kind of just need, like, a knob here. So let's have a little bit darker maybe for controls. There we are. And then we can have maybe like just 2 or 3 more buttons here. Let's check. Yeah, okay, so this is a little too dark. Because I want it to be the same color as these. So there's going to be door and then controls. And then I'm thinking also... All right. There we are. Okay. So that should be... Last thing we need is the bath mat. I know what to do about a bath mat. I want it to also be green, actually. Remembering back to my roots. Okay. And then... maybe another sort of bluish gray, or maybe a bluish green like this. I think we need a deeper blue. Maybe not as deep a blue. Yeah, what do we want here? Maybe this color. I feel like this could, like, hurt somebody's eyes if they look at it too long. Maybe what we need instead is just a very light green. Yeah, what if we did a light yellow-green underneath here? And what if we made it above the dark green? What if we made it alternate? And I just really hated myself. I could do that. Actually, if I did that, I know how I'd do that. Hang on. Merge these down. Delete everything except for like one of these little pairs. Because we need literally like this much of this. So I think, first of all, it weaves under, then over. Then here it goes over, then under. And here it would go under. Is that correct? I think that's correct. A, C, V. I gotta do like Control A, Control E, Control C, Control V to repeat it each time. There we are. Oh, wait. We got it. Okay. Ta-da. And does this actually look correct? I think it does. And then the question is, what do we put down here? Maybe like, maybe this is just white? Yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay, so this will be decor Weston bathrooms. Did I even do the litter? Oh, I didn't do the litter box yet. Okay, sky blue and then gray in the center with like noise. Yeah, prepare to have your mind blown by this extremely high quality thing. Also, we need our standard noise. Oh wait, no. Gray, like that. Ta-da! Okay. Lower lightness, maybe higher lightness? What am I doing? I want contrast, actually. Is what I want here. Is there just like a contrast curve? Maybe I can push this. No, what I want is kind of more like this, maybe. I think something like that. And then we do another adjust. Because this time I actually lower the value. Or the saturation. There we are. Okay. That feels like a litter box. I guess I'll put it in the living room. Even though living room is actually the den. I don't know the difference. I don't know why I made two separate things. But okay, admittedly, that was most of the work that I had from Saturday that I had yet to do. So that'd be good if it... but it's going to be 55 quadrillion billion years. Okay, what else can I start doing while that's cooking? I know. Get that other thing for the doctor where if we go to doctor... Pride. Old man. Sculpture. Where? That. Go to check. Well, no. If I know anything about that old man. I suppose that counts as pride. Let's say this. But we already have pride. Alright. What would be really interesting is if I can make it so that each photo does something different. Because basically, he's combining these three photos together to form a monster. But right now, the photos don't actually matter. Like, they don't change the personality of the monster. I'll put that as, like, a fun thing. I'm not going to do that for the demo, but the monster should change slightly depending on what photos you use. So basically, like right now, his catchphrase is "I miss my wife," but I think he could have like that as well, which admittedly feels a lot less funny. Like, "I miss my wife" is funnier than "I miss my mom." That just sounds sad. So you know what? Maybe I won't do it. But alright, does this work as a litter box? I don't really like it because we need a little bit of shading around the litter box. I'm thinking just... something like that. Yeah, good enough. Okay, so that was... what was that? Litter box? Check these off one at a time. Western. Yeah, not amazing, but that's okay. There we are. I probably should have made it so that... Wait, do I want to... I know what I'll do. I'll move this to there, but I won't save until I've actually done all the things. Because, yeah, it'll take us, like, 45 minutes to actually apply that. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, right, I didn't actually get these. Yeah, I didn't apply these correctly. Okay, so this is going to be stove dash washer. Dryer. Okay, so we will need to take the, like, 45 minutes to get that saving. And yeah, so that counts as pride. I could start on the biker. Do I have... So if we go to the biker's things... Okay. We can also do the other sprite here. Nah, I won't do that yet. Okay, window. Animation. No, no. Sprite sheets. That's what we need. Okay. Okay. This is going to be... Yeah, I'll just do crashed as a... So these little bipples have, like, very subtle head shapes. Well, I guess not that subtle. I guess this is fine. And we're going to have them sitting down here with their tiny little boots. And then we should probably have a more extended conversation for meeting them. But okay. How do I put their shoulders here? Oh, I see. We don't do anything interesting at all with the shoulder. Okay. And also, is this... It's slightly... The outline is ever so slightly thicker, I think, than the, this one. But that's okay. Okay. I have a fun idea. Make a duplicate frame. Then we're going to do that, I think, on like 3s or something. So this would be like crashed +2. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have this here. Let's do some sort of onion skinning. Will that actually work? Oh, it doesn't work because, would it work if I lower the opacity? No. Interesting. So I think what I have to do is I have to actually have this, this interior area deleted before I can actually see anything. Well, that's fine. Because basically what I'm going to do is just have the eye animated. Let's hide that. And then, okay. Okay, let's see this in action. So if we have these 3 frames, I wish it would just let me, like, it's so difficult to figure out. Like, there's some way to click and then drag, and then it like plays those 9 frames, but it's never consistent. It's just, whatever. Export this sprite sheet. This is biker. I guess just biker. So what we actually need here is, if we go back to biker. Oh yeah, and that needs to be imported twice. Basically, it doesn't work the first time because the sheet hasn't been exported yet. So yeah, this will be kind of annoying to deal with because I actually need to have this here, but then I need to add this here. Am I able to add, for example, a frame into here? No. Huh. I guess what I could do is I could just add the sliding animation in here. So if we go back to this. All right, so how big is this one? 449 by 305. So 230 by 285. So I think I'm just gonna increase this one to that width. I forgot what it was. 430 by like 305 or something. Okay. Add that here. So this is now going to be slide. Don't need that. Don't need that. Oh, wait. I see. The skid mark. There we go. Okay. So now we should be able to export a sprite sheet that's a bit better. And I think I'm going to also go into there and like remove a bunch of those extra files now. Interesting that it didn't export the sheet as well. Like, this should be, like, re-imported. And I should have had... What's happening? 100,000 errors. Okay, why is this not... if we go to sprite sheet... Oh, I see. And then that has an importer. And then what that should do is I want it to name how many animations it has. So we're going to do print debug, or let's say print sprite sheet %d animations. Or I guess maybe like s dot animation count. I guess just get animation names dot sum. Actually, we can just have like sprite sheet this. And then if we try to re-import this. Re-import that. So yeah, we got crash, slide, and standing. And then if we come into here, it seems like this... Okay, now it's working. Good. And then what we need here is... So sprite.emotion equals pride... I'm just going to say standing here because now we don't have that. So sprite animation equals slide. So what am I looking for? One of my hard drives is like buzzing in a loud, annoying way. Ah, well, I'll ignore that for now. Okay. What we need to do is we need to figure out... this is actually slide now. No motion S. Yeah, we don't need that. Is there anything else that I need? I guess when we do crash here, we're gonna do emote crash. Crashed. Actually, let's see how crashed looks. So if we play this. Okay, I like that. Just a cute little, like, bit of motion there. Hi, welcome back. I'm working on some sprites. So I'm going to see if this will work. Yeah. And thankfully I'm only like a day behind schedule, and it might be closer to half a day if I get all this work done. Though the big thing is still yet to be done, which is some soft lock prevention. And how am I going to do that? Basically, I was supposed to do some stuff on Saturday that I didn't do, and I did a lot of that work on, Tuesday. Or I did a lot of that work on Monday and Tuesday, but not all of it. So that's why I'm half a day. And yeah, I'll show you the soft lock. Basically, if you don't talk to the scientist, that door won't open, and then you're just stuck in here. So it's not actually a soft lock, but you basically have to wait for the doctor to come back, because he'll be gone from like 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. or something, 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. Because yeah, basically he comes down into this basement, goes down this tunnel, and because this is a demo, you can't actually go all the way down here. Because his tunnel leads all the way to about here, and then it's blocked off for the demo. And so, I don't want the player to be stuck, I want there to be something more interesting. So what's going to happen now is, if you're an intruder, an alarm will play, and then he'll, like, run all the way over here immediately and talk to you. And then he'll just give you the item, so that way you can get out faster. And what else did I need to check? Oh yeah, I needed to check the biker. Yeah, I figured it'd be fun. Because, yeah, I wanted it to be... Oh, yeah, I forgot. I need to activate the biker. Alright. So now you can just drive through the cones, and the biker apparently heard that advice as well. That's basically my way of telling the player that they can now go past the biker. Let's see the crash. Oh yeah, now I need to slightly change this sprite. I guess this is fine. Oh wait, actually, when is this activated? So, bike.show. Oh, okay, I see. So if E is slide, we hide. Huh. Okay. That's fair. But okay, and then the biker is crashed. And I need to change that eventually, but also the... Oh, they aren't, I see what they need to do. Wait, why did they not... Oh, because the dialogue in the biker doesn't have that yet. So if we go to biker dialogue, now this, for example, needs to be standing. And then this should be... That'll be standing as well. Well, eventually I'll have that be something else. In fact, I'll just put that here as like a... What? Oh, I see. Control blah has no parent window. Probably not an issue, but I will close that. That's the first time in a long time that I've seen like an error window like that for this. But okay, timeline. I'm going to say here, biker, bride, emote. Yeah. And then what we should have is... Wait, what? Main speaker recover. So recover should do... Recover. Crashed equals false. Emote riding? Yeah, so now we don't need these two. And we also don't need, if we go back to here, project, NPC, the biker has a few extra things as well. We don't need bike guy. We don't need this autosave. Yeah, we can not save that. Not save that. Okay. And then anything else here that I don't need? No, the rest of that's fine. But okay. Now the biker should have like a satisfying like... Well, let's I guess let's get hit by the biker and then hit the biker again. So yeah, that still works. That's an important function. I think just getting, like, flung by the physics is an intrinsically fun activity. So yeah, we'll position this carefully to get that biker in the future. And then what we need is actually the sound. Well, yeah, let's close that and just get the sound in here. Audio... crash... Yeah, that feels fair. And that'll be like, when we crash here... Audio, stream player, crash, no, play. Let's see... Nothing like Fmod, for example, where it's like, yeah, no like audio programming or scripting tools. Because, yeah, I have thought about... I have a bunch of scripts that I use for audio to synchronize it to actions and have random things trigger. And so I might want to make, like, a proper, like, add-on. Oh. So why is the biker's... Hang on, why is the biker's bike visible? Because if we go to... slide... So the bike should be hidden here. Otherwise, let's see what happens. Let's see when the bike is shown. Yeah. Okay, so what is our emotion and why is it here? If we go... Okay, so I think what's happening is... If we go to the world, it's setting a default emotion here. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of scones. But then again, C doesn't really have good build systems in general. Because, like, the alternative would basically be, like, I don't know, CMake. And CMake is somehow even worse. Okay, so this emotion... Why is this... So if we go to here, and we click the biker... Oh... Because I was checking... I was doing it to the sprite directly. Okay. Take your time, kiddo. Yeah, for basically anything that's less than like 1,000 files, I'd probably just use like a batch script for building C programs. Well, no, probably not 1,000. More like, I don't know, 50 files. Anything other than like a batch script is probably going to be gross overkill. Though, admittedly, I do kind of use CMake a lot, just because I... Do I want that to be quieter? I should probably have that be, shorter. Or, a little bit more dialogue before they recover. Mains, or let's say... Hi there. Or actually, let's say, So skip, let's say, game get stat, biker hit. I'm gonna add that here somewhere. So when we do, yeah, save, load, add stat, biker hit. Started using Clang. Interesting. Yeah, CMake can generate all sorts of things. Let's do main speaker emote standing. All right. That should be good enough. So let's see this in action now. So they should stand up, and I guess that'll be it. I need to get here before the biker gets here. Well, missed my shot. Ah, well. And I think I should add a hint as well that I've seen them trip on something or something like that. Why did they not recover? Did I put the wrong emote here? Oh, I did. Yeah, okay. There we go. Oh, and then I should make sure that that actually updated. I think that did. Oh, wait, no. That was the script. Okay. Okay. Let's get the car blocking them again to make sure that the stat properly updates, so that way we get the dialogue option if they've run over the player before. That this is basically revenge for that. There we are. Alright. So now that's working. Okay, so that's the major task, like 2 of 3 done today. So yeah, we got the washer, dryer, water heater, that. Oh wait, did I actually get the washer and dryer? I didn't do that yet. Hang on. I forgot to actually apply those textures here. Okay. Material customizer with a reference to that. Okay. And now what I can do is that there. Washer. Fair enough. That looks approximately like a washer. There we are. Oh, and then we need, like, clothes in here, maybe. I'll figure that out at some other point. More boxes, more clothing, more etc. I'll do that in the clutter. That's what I'll do. Those could be smaller, but that's okay. Okay. That goes into generic. And then let's just make this like I'm gonna say... Wait, why does this have 2 materials anyway? Hang on. Where am I? There we are. Very strange. And this will also take... Maybe this will be faster because I haven't added nodes. Yeah, okay. When I add and remove nodes in this scene, there's like 30,000 errors that show up. My coffee is already cold, as usual. Okay. So yeah, eventually more clutter in there. Do I want the litter box in here? It would make more sense. Because here, it's kind of, well, I guess it doesn't make sense, because then I'd have to have some way for the cat to get into there, and I don't want to make a custom door. So yeah, okay. That'll be fine for now. And then I think let's go back to the doctor's house. Because, okay, now we have sound animation. That... So I think what I need is a reflection probe that'll be only visible when we are actually... Or, I know. Let's go doctor. I'm going to have an area. I know how to do that. We need, like, these 2. I know how to do this. 1, 2, 3. How do I get just those? There we go. This will not have that. This is going to be doctor area. Huh? Wait, where's the rest of my vertices here? Oh, I see. These need to be there. Or there. Did that... No, I did... Okay. I'm doing the wrong things. Hang on. There we go. Okay. And actually, there should be Dr. Dash area. I messed that up. Okay. It takes me like 15 tries to actually, like, I have to press escape and then press F. There we are. There we are. Shrink that down just a smidge. Okay, and now if the player ever enters this house or enters the basement, I will add... Oh yeah, I need to add that here. There we are. There we are. And then I think this goes into something or other. Where is this actually? Okay. I guess I'm fine with it being here. Okay. So yeah, what this should do is it should interrupt the doctor's thing. He should pop up to wherever you are. Somewhere behind you, somewhere around you. I'm trying to figure out how on earth to actually get him to you. I mean, I guess I could make it so that, like, the machines capture you and put you, like, somewhere... Oh, that'd be fun. Basically, fade to black. You're in a jar. Or you're in some sort of, like, vat or storage container of some sort. And then he talks to you there. In fact, then, honestly, it would be better if he's not in the house at all, because then it'd be fun. But okay. So yeah, it'll be intruder alert, fade to black. Fade in, you're trapped. Doctor gloats. Then recognizes you. Okay. And also, we don't need that anymore. Okay. That'll be better. And I think then... Where's our interior? Oh, our interior should actually be a distance visible. I'm going to say 500 pixels. Maybe 800. And what I think we'll have here is some red lights that are not, that don't affect the terrain because that causes janky issues. Let's have a mix of like red and almost magenta, I think. That'd be fun. Alarm light. Actually, let's have this. Alarm lights. So once you enter the area of the house, we'll then have these alarm lights, and they'll be controlled. Yeah, they'll be part of the interior. Let's see if this... Okay, that does change the bounding box size. Am I fine with that? Okay. But now we got 2 lights. And then I think those are good. And also, where the heck is our area for the house? Maybe this will be like alert area. I wish it just didn't... I wish it didn't expand these automatically. Like, it's very annoying. Okay, okay, I see why this does this. Because I set it up badly. It's supposed to just replace the node with itself, but... well, whatever. I think I want to add this as a script here. Function ready. Let's actually export var alert area. There we go. Alert B, pass, we'll do that. Eventually have that work, do its thing. Let's just have, like, alert for now. What am I looking for? Right. The alarm lights. Alright, we need these lights to also tilt a little bit this way, so that way we get some lighting on both of these walls. It seems like that didn't really work. Because I want it to be sort of basically area lights. Good enough. Okay. So we're going to have a animation player, strobe. Okay. I think this would just flicker on and off. Alright. That seems fine. Alright, I'm gonna dump my cold coffee. And then I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Alright, looks like the Tunic soundtrack still going. Okay, good. Alright, so I think what I want here is to trigger a cutscene. In fact, I might actually do that by having this here be a cutscene player. Which I think extends an animation player. No, it doesn't. Actually, how do cutscene players get their animation player? Play anim underscore play has node animation player return false. Oh, I see. Hang on. We don't need that. We need that. Okay. So I think it would be funny if, like, when it triggers, the player's just standing here in the center. Or so the cutscene would be, like, here for, like, 2 seconds. And then there's a bunch of alarms, and the cameras all come out. I'm trying to figure out how to do that in a cheap and easy way. And my stuff is all fumbling apart. You know, maybe I should do it easier. Yeah, I won't do that, actually. Instead, what I'm going to have is, let's add a sound. Let's make an alarm of some sort. There we are. It's hard to make music with LMMS, but alarm sounds, those aren't as hard. Let's see, let's get a monstro in here. Oh, let's lower the volume for now. So that way I don't blow out my eardrums. So we need to fuck this up more. I'm thinking... How do we do this? Because I'm pretty sure... No, you know what? I'm going to do just the triple oscillator. We need to FM. I think we need, like, a... I know what I want. FM this, mix this, so that way we can get just a fixed frequency. Let's get these up an octave. Does that sound like an... Hang on. Let's add a little bit of reverb to this. Wait, no, we don't need this. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to make a nice, or at least interesting alarm sound. And I'm thinking basically... That sounds like it could be okay, because what I'm going to do is pitch these up slowly. Okay. That works kind of basically what I thought it would. I think I want this to be deeper, actually. Well, no, I'm fine with that. Yeah, that sounds like a perfectly adequate thing, except for I want the, I think, FM to be a bit lower, so that'd be this one. Maybe more chunky. Lower this down a bit so I don't blow out my eardrums with sawtooth waves. Okay, that seems fine. Okay. Export that as, whatever it's going to be. Probably under S for sounds. That's S for stores. Environment, let's say... No, let's call it a cutscene sound. Interesting, thank you. Goodo. Okay. Doctor... Alarm. Save that first, and then we can export. Then it will deign fit. Now we go S for sound, C for cutscene, Doctor Alarm, .ogg, probably. Okay, now we can have audio player. Yeah, I think maybe we have two audio players, basically. One up the top here, and then one lower down here, so that way the player can hear it. Actually, probably three of them, even. And each one will be in a different area, like this. alarm. Actually, in this should loop. Let's make sure this doesn't blow out my eardrums. Oh, wait. Okay, that seems fine. And I think these will have a max of 0 decibels, but they'll have a bigger sound wave. And then, yeah, none of these will be playing until we have the alert. Actually, yeah, rename this to, like, alert. Okay. Oh, I know what I can do. I need to do, this is actually, well, I guess we still have this here. So that's our alert there. And then we're going to have export var alert cutscene player. And I think what I want actually... I'm trying to figure out how exactly I want this to work. Because I want the doctor to appear. I know how it might work. I'm going to have the doctor go to his normal place. Or adjacent to his normal place. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the, like, chamber that the player is trapped in over here. So we go back to Blender here. So yeah, this will be prison. Let's call this actually, let's call this one, or let's call this like base-s body. This will be like roof S body. Okay. Then that goes into, I guess just interior one. I'll just have one interior for this whole place. I'm gonna do, walls collision. Yeah, you'll be held in some sort of gotcha pawn or whatever. Okay. Oh, wait. Right. This thing in the center that's impossible to select now. I know how to fix that. There we are. Now there's a little bit more for me to click on. But okay, there's our jail. When the doctor catches us, he's going to put us in here. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have the doctor here. Export var doctor NPC. Okay. And we should actually have, I'll have to figure out how to do that. We're gonna need something for the doctor here, where, like, if B is in group, player, body... Actually, what we should do is probably just do, like, if they're not in that group, we return. Var player, normal player equals get tree first. There we are. Okay, and then player. So if player dot is in or in dialogue. Oh wait, no. What we should do is inventory or has item. What item do we get from the doctor? Lab entry. Okay. So if we get this from the doctor, then we will alert area. Body. Disconnect. Alert. Return. And actually we can probably do that somewhere else instead. Maybe like if not save load get stat. Somewhere in here. Let's go to my doctor again. Doctor quest. And actually, I always miss the exclamation point when I'm like scanning over code. So even though I prefer typing it, it's much better for me to actually read the code to use not. But okay. So now, what I need to do here is probably if player.ui.in dialog, player.ui.dialog fast exit, and then we're going to do doctor interact player. Hang on, I'm going to suss out what is like making that buzzing noise. It's one of these two hard drives. In fact, it might be both of them. Because one of them has little rubber feet that it's typically meant to be sat on, but it only works if it's like put on its side. Or like standing up tall, which I don't want because it's easy to knock over. Okay. Okay, and these are all because of how the player works. Eventually I need to fix that. I can ignore it for now, though. Okay, I think I'll try this for now. This won't be quite right. Because I actually need to wait for an amount of time, and then activate the alert. So I need to have the ability to set the branch that we talk to the player with. Invalid assignment of property or key, cutscene player with value of node 3D on base object of type nil, because I did not go back to the world and properly configure my things. I need to go talk to the doctor, or assign the doctor. Wait, no. Where would that actually be? Probably in the world. Probably in the house. Which would be one of these ones. House doctor. There we are. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an alert. Let's go here. I know. Entry alert. Alarm starts. And that'd be C play alarm. Thank you, Godot. And then, I don't know, let's just have, like, normal entry here. Yeah, let's just have to do... put the player somewhere. C, play, reset. And then, like, go to entry. Okay. So yeah, I think NPCs need a custom script now. When we interact... Ooh. I know what we can do. We can have, enter dialogue. Player custom entry. Player, entry, string. There we are. And so the value of this is that now I can actually have this house do a custom dialogue player, alert, or entry alert. There we are. And yeah, I'm gonna actually do like an await. Or actually, what we need to do here is await, get tree, create timer to timeout. There we are. And actually, we should probably have like a var alerted equals false. If that or alerted, do that, alerted equals true. And so it'll only alert once per thing. In fact, we should probably restart that. That buzzing noise, hang on. I think I can fix that with like a paper shim. Just put a little piece of paper to like absorb the shock. Oh yeah, I need to start a new game. Okay. I might need to convey more clearly to the player that they need to show photos to people. Ah, well. Okay. We got that. Oh yeah, I don't want this. We don't need that right now. And actually, while I'm here, I'm going to make the... There's a creaking sound in Bill's house that was a little too loud. Right in here somewhere. Yeah, this creak should be like -10, I think. Yeah, so we go up here. Yeah, that's about good. Okay, so now what should happen is when we enter this house, it should be 2 seconds. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna need, slightly improve this. I don't like how the looping, triggers the sound to play multiple times. If we go back to this... Oh, wait. I don't want to go back to this. But yeah, basically, every time the sound loops, it restarts the sound. Or every time the animation loops, it restarts the sound, and I don't want that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the animation not trigger this. That's driving me insane. Okay. Basically, now what I'm going to do instead is just have, I guess just a variable on this thing. So we're just going to have a function like start sounds, and then like pass, and then function quit sounds, pass, export var sounds array audio stream player 3D. Okay. For a in sounds a play, and then for a in sounds a stop. Okay. Now we have well, eventually we'll have this. There we go. Quit sounds. There we go. And actually, I'd like this to work this way. And when does the sound start up? So it quits at 0.86. So let's do just 0.85 here. $1.3. It starts up again. $2.15. Actually, how long is this? 3 measures, 3.4. Thereabouts. It won't need to be perfectly in sync because it's not even going to run for very long. But okay. 2.15. And then that runs to the end. Let's test this. Okay, that feels good enough for that. And then go back to here. Do I need to start a new game? I think I do need to kind of start... Okay, I know what to do. Do I have the item? I do. Okay. We need to have, yeah, just start a new game. If sound close delay and is inside tree. I don't want it to throw errors. All that, whatever. Okay. So now we're doing more speed runs. Okay. Yeah, originally it was the whole, or the way this quest would work is you would take a photo of the guy. Actually, I wonder if I still want that. Because, yeah, you can take a photo of the doctor through his skylight and then ask about him. And that was originally all you could do here, but now you can also get this. I need to improve the jumping as well. Just the overall feel of movement is kind of janky, but okay. Now that synchronizes nicely. And then we should fade out. And then, yeah, we need the doctor here, we need the player here. How are we gonna do that? Okay. I think what I might do is I might change the, I'm wondering if I want to... Yeah. I'm not entirely sure what I want. I think what I would prefer is for the doctor to be down here. No, I still like him being upstairs. I think I'm fine with that. Okay. What we're gonna do is... player fade out. I think that's something that I have here. If we go to here and then do fade out. Maybe it's in UI. Function fade out. Hang on. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay. Because we go to, the player. No, we go to game UI. Okay, here's what we need. So yeah, we need a new animation, fade out. Because I've never actually had that here. Yeah. There we are. Perfect. And this should be like 0.6 or something. I love how it doesn't show me my tracks. Thank you, Godot. It also always defaults to the wrong fucking frame rate. I bet you it's per animation as well. Yep. Okay, but now, some robots like, you engage in a high... Actually, let's do player lock. Hmm. Yeah, cool CGI robots come out and you engage in a high-budget battle. Okay, and then we're going to go to there, and actually we're going to have player... Let's have C play... No, let's have C... What do I want here? I think the doctor needs to have the house attached to him. Does he have a special script? He does. Okay, he already has a special script. So we can just have, like, export var house, doctor house. And I'm just going to have that be this. There we are. And then that's going to be... Honestly, we can just have that here as like doctor house equals self. This is going to be class name NPC doctor. Let's have that actually. There we are. There we go. Okay. And then if we go back to the world, everything should be all set up correctly. Alright. And yeah, if we go to the doctor, same thing here, where we assign the house. And now what we can do, close that. We can, like, reposition the player by going back to here and having a, hang on, let's go to our little cutscene player. Reset, there we go. That's what I needed. Okay. Marker. This will be, like, player captured. And we should have, I don't know, our cool little nodes here. Let's have this collision. I think this is just, layer 6 mask 8. Though also double-sided. What's my shader that I had for transparent objects? Ice. I'm going to do that. And then I'm also going to have probably double-sided. So I guess I could just do that here by just doing like disabled or render. Right, but that's probably going to mess things up. Is it actually? Hang on. It seems like it's not going to. Have a slight green tint to this. And then I kind of want another material here. And what I'm going to do is like the grate. fence, maybe? Like this? And what we could do then is here... Unwrap angle-based, 5? Right, how many of these do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I think that will do what I want. Kind of. But I'll probably need to scale it up by like 4 or something. Yeah, it didn't quite do what I want, which was, Well, why didn't it do what I want? Because I thought it would, like, seamlessly loop. Oh, but it's refracting. Yeah, okay. But okay, now the player can be put in here, and they'll be trapped. And we can also have a bit of brightness to this. And I want a an Omni light attached to this. Okay, there we are. Okay. So function capture var p equals player dot get no, get free first node in group player, and then p dot body dot global transform equals global point dot global position, and this will be a marker. There we are. Okay, and now what we can do is have that player capture. I guess we do it, we fade in and then we capture. Oh, wait, no. Main speaker, house, capture. Okay. Or let's say so, they finally sent an assassin. Let's just have the normal talking here. I have to say, or a child assassin seems impractical. Or let's say a child assassin seems very impractical. You could probably get some sort of monkey. Hmm. Yeah, let's say that. Okay. Let's see if this all works. We need to do another global... Actually, do I have the ability to save and load? Global... Oh, wait, no. We don't even have a thing to do that. Okay, well... I almost certainly need a save system. Okay. Also, I should see if, okay, that is properly aligned. Interesting that I regularly, like, accidentally go past the sticker. I'm going to change the collision shape on stickers. Just make it bigger. Because, like, there's no reason to, like, not pick up the sticker if we're anywhere in the vicinity. There we are. Well, that didn't work. Okay, so first of all, where is my marker? Oh, it's because it's in part. Wait, where the heck is my... Captured? I guess it's because this needs to be like 0.3 meters up off the ground. Put it there. Thank you, Godot, for constantly fucking up and never letting me drag things. Okay, so it's actually player UI fade out, player UI fade in. Okay. Yeah, like, things like the fact that, like, I can't jump up this unless I jump from certain angles, because basically, the way the ground works, there's, like, there's, like, a particular spot where it considers the ground to be sloped, and so it starts pushing the player down, even though they were jumping and should have been able to jump over it. And I have to figure out how I want to deal with that. Well, I failed again. That's another thing. I don't want the player to have so much momentum when they're falling on surfaces. Well, do I? Maybe I just need to change the shape or the position of that, this thing. Because, yeah, it is kind of perfectly designed to, like, shoot you off the side. But yeah, some other things that are jankier, like these, you sometimes get caught on, like, the side of these so that you can't even jump up them. You have to kind of, like, jump and then start moving. And I don't want the player to have to learn janky things like that. Oh, wait, we need it to be... fuck. We need the fade to be over. We need a separate fade. Because it needs to be, above the UI. So we actually need... I'm going to call it, like, game fade. Okay. So that's going to be... game fade out, game fade in. And literally the only difference between those is going to be, well, that's mildly annoying. There we go. I kind of want an animation for when Kitty gets like struck by the alarm, because it startles me. And I should also make sure... Oh, right. Okay. And this fade... Wait, what? Hang on. I think it's because this... Let's just have that not visible by default. And let's hope that all my other fades work properly. Because I think those might have the same... You know what, let's save here. Actually, I don't even think this is faster. But it will help me double check that the fading works. I don't think it does. Because when we do this startup... Oh, we do set this to be visible, so why isn't it fading in and fading out? Okay, save there. Let's have the player unlock here. Unlock. And then we're also going to have this actually correctly grammatically. So cool CGI robots come out and you engage in high budget battle. A high budget. However, you are overwhelmed and captured. So they finally sent an assassin. I have to say, a child assassin seems very impractical. You could probably get some breed of monkey or maybe a raccoon if their hands can hold a gun. So, hang on. Bubble... I want the bubble dialogue to be quieter. And I think the power of that is going to be... -12, I'd say. Well, actually, I like the narration where it was. So I think it's just the speech bubble. Needs, like, -10. Well... That's kind of an issue. We should probably have had, like, Hang on. We need a few other things here to complete that dialogue. Go back to the doctor's house. We need player released as well. I pressed Control D, Godot. Okay, player released. Release point. Function release. Let's just have function move to capture point. Okay. There we are, and then... Okay. Okay. Doctor House release. Player. Let's say release. Yeah, wait a second. That's just a camera. Okay. Let's go to quest. Surely that's quite fortuitous. Oh, wait, no. Let's see, that's quite convenient timing. Okay, then go to quest. Oh wait, no. We need this to be like quest start. There we are. Okay, let's see this in action now. And we'll have to speedrun the game again. But that's okay. Oh wait, I don't need to. I'm in a dang little jar. Let's see. Yeah, let's say that. Okay. Gotta cancel that because we did not have the release. Oh, because wait, what? Why didn't we have that? Main speaker release. Okay, that's because that was set up improperly. Yeah. No doctor. Okay. There we go. And let's get the doctor's path here a little bit better. Because I don't like how he's like standing... Oh, wait, no. I need to have the doctor move into position anyway. And I'm not sure how to do that, really, because I basically want it to be... We override his current path. But I should probably... I will at least fix this, so that way... he's standing on the ground, kind of. Yeah, about there is fine. Okay. Alright, let's say... Wait a second, that's just a camera. It's actually quite convenient for me. Now let's say that's quite convenient for me. I need your help. Do I want more of a... That is sort of a shift, but I do think it's kind of funny if he's just like, oh, wait a second, that's just a camera. How about I just give you work instead? And then I think what I could do is I could have this fridge locked until you have the key card as well. That'd be relatively easy to do. Actually, I'll just do that now. I think I do that with... I think I can do that on door handles, and if not, I can just add that here. Let's go to house. Okay. And I do need some sort of thing, but... Yeah, let's say the unlock stat here is just... I'm just gonna have doctor... west. And then we should probably have... Ooh, but I don't want to add a thing. I know how to do that. I'm going to have a very tiny little mesh. Because I can't be bothered to add a thing here. We're just going to do... plain... This is going to be like a decal. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the doctor's textures here. Is it under decor? I think it's under textures lab, actually. No, it's not. It's under here. Okay. Basically what I want is this. That wasn't what I needed, actually. Okay, this is what I want. Okay. How big is this thing anyway? 13 by 15? Let's just make it 16 by 16. And then I'm going to have like this color? Wait, interesting. Oh, I see. Okay. In fact, I'm going to make this a little bit darker and more blue. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be Dr. Decal. PNG should be somewhere in here. Okay. So now we have this thing. So now if I'm ever too lazy to actually properly make something, I can just slap that or properly texture something. I can just slap the decal on it. So that means now we go here, transparent, single-sided, decal. Ta-da! And I kind of want actually, nope, wrong one. I kind of do want the ability to have, Krita, or no, a dark outline, a shadow of some sort. Maybe, if I can be bothered. Because I could do like a layer style, like drop shadow here, and then what if we just did a normal? We're gonna do like that. Okay. Interesting that it's not quite, not as I expect it to be. Yeah, I guess we don't need that. We're just gonna do, a little bit of gray here, something like that. And then let's do a little bit more like light gray here, maybe, just to sort of give it some variety. Okay. No, PNG. That's what we need. Okay, let's see this in action. There we are. Okay. Now it's a bit more interesting, a bit more distinct. And now this should clearly indicate that it's locked until we open it. Which we open at the same time as we do the other thing. Let's actually have that with main speaker update, Dr. Quest. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no, because we add a stat for the Dr. Quest there. Okay. Yeah, because we actually have to set the stat here. Okay, and because we can't exit dialogue unless... Ooh, actually... We have to do this here, because otherwise the game will, the game could potentially be soft-locked by quitting the game in the middle of the dialogue. Oh wait, no it couldn't, because the game doesn't save until the dialogue concludes. Well, that's fine anyway. Probably better to do that, even though there's currently no way to actually, like, save the game. Or no. There's no way to, exit dialogue prematurely now. Well, no, there are a few ways. Like, you can... If you talked to him, and then walked all the way down, and triggered some other dialogue, like the bridge, for example, that could do it. Okay. So now that opens, and we have those things there. Oh yeah, I should double check that those fridge doors open. They should have opened. Oh wait, but it doesn't open because we don't actually have the quest, because what we actually need is game add stat Doctor unlocked. Because Dr. Quest is set to 0 by default. So these are actually unlocked. And then... Oh wait, I just need to manually add the stat through the debug menu. Okay, but we have intruder alert, fade to black, fade in, you're trapped. Doctor stands in front of the thing. So yeah, he does that. So yeah, right now, it just so happens to work out because it's not 7 p.m. when we start this. Okay, and then we do player notes. Save, load, add stat, Doctor unlocked. Okay, and then we can open that. There we go. And we could also add another sound effect for, like, specifically the fact that the key card is what unlocks it. But I don't want to. But okay, then one of the next things we'll need to do is start adding, well, we'll need to add basic furniture in here. I think it's actually... I don't mind having this area be so sparse like this. Maybe we can have, like, a simple couch and TV, or something that's deliberately uncanny. Like, as if this place isn't used normally. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. Okay. So yeah, now the important thing to do is we need to interrupt the doctor's movement. And I think we can just orchestrate that by having this here. So this is going to be Dr. Gloat. So we'll say doctor position. And that should be function move to float. This is going to be house dot, or like global position equals house dot gloat doctor position global position plus vector 3 times sprite height divided by 2. Okay. Because in dialogue, the doctor's schedule is interrupted. So that makes sense. So this won't resolve. There's a less important thing that I'll also add here. Basically, after being released by the doctor, his schedule should temporarily stop so you can talk to him. Actually, maybe his schedule should just stop entirely. So stop the doctor's schedule once you've started the quest. Maybe. I do like the idea of him just like going out and then you talk to him at the power station so that he's still enjoying the outside. But that means that the demo would be unfunctional for like part of the day as he goes out back to where he's going. Let's see, if you need me. I'll be coming and going between here and the power station. In my second lab. I'll be here, let's say I'll be here or at my second lab by the electrical station. Let's say that. Okay, so now we should have if the doctor position. Okay, from the top. A symphony to the ears. The game has a lot of, like, sound jokes. And admittedly, most of it is just that one particular crashing sound effect. I think now his sounds are too quiet. I think I just need to tone down the doctor's sound effects. I'm just going to put that later, though. Make doctor's speaking sounds quieter. Yeah, because it was -2. Let's do -6. Let's see how that sounds. Let's do -5 or 4, maybe. Okay. There we are. All right. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, his sound effect is just like 15 times louder than Bill's. Let's just go to that and fix that right now. What would that be? Probably under P for project, S for sound, D for dialogue, and then P for Pip Doctor. They should be, yeah, his is like 10 decibels louder than others. Because they're all around like negative 22 decibels. So yeah, his was just obscenely loud. Admittedly, what I should probably do is just amplify them and then do that in here. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this back to like -2, because I think I was fine. Hang on, so we're going to have, let's say that. Okay. Alright. Alrighty. There we are. Was that everything I needed? Oh wait, no, I don't think he moved to his position properly, did he? I didn't actually check that. Oh wait, but because I didn't put it in the fucking code. Main speaker, move to position. Or no, move to gloat. Something like that. Yeah. Okay, from the top again. No, I think what I can do is I can remove the stats manually. And that'll probably be faster. So yeah, let's go outside the house. Save, load, erase, stats. Doctor, quest. And then probably player, inventory. Does this exist? Okay. Remove item, lab entry. Erase item? Okay, let's go to my fucking code and see what dumbass name I gave this. Oh, it's just erase. Okay, fair enough. Okay, and then we'll also need to remove, unlocked. Okay. So this should re-trigger it. I guess it shouldn't because... Right, because at the start of the game it detects that. Honestly, this isn't really easier. I probably just need to have the save system soon. But okay. Test this now. I'm also hearing that it sounds like the sound effects start twice, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go to here, Dr. House, MD, what? Okay, there we are. If not A dot is playing... And again, do that. Okay. Okay, now he's in the correct position. Let's say... Actually, no, yeah, because... Yeah, what sort of weapon even is that? Or let's do it slightly more intellectual. What sort of weapon is that even? No, I think actually, anyway. Wait a second, that's just a camera. It's actually quite convenient for me. I need your help. Okay. Alright. And then, oh yeah, because he's scheduled, now he's not gonna be... Basically, he only moves along the path during his schedule, so if we wait until 7 p.m., or we just do get world, or world set time, I think 6.99 would be good, so that way he should move at any point now. Or I think it's like 7:15 or something. You getting gone, buddy? I thought it was... Maybe it's 7:30? Get going, Buster. Hang on. What the hell time does this guy move? Should be some sort of... I think it's in placers? Yeah, because I think in here somewhere... Dr. Path Follow. Wait, what? Isn't this scheduled? Wait, who's scheduled? But then who was phone? Okay, these are the path... Okay, okay. It's because the... Okay. The path is under placers, but the schedule has to be under the doctor himself. Here. Yeah. And here we have... Okay, 9.75. Good thing I checked, because I was going to be here for a while. 9.7. Okay, so he should now walk to position. There we go. And I don't mind the slight jank of the teleportation there. And you know what? I don't even mind the fact that he teleports through the doors, because it's a janky game. It's a janky adventure game where characters like are sprites that move around and sometimes teleport. But okay, so that's good enough for me, because that means that the NPCs don't actually... Or he doesn't actually move until he's scheduled to move. And I think I'd be okay with... What I might do is actually just make it so that if the NPC is at the position already, they just move to it. I know what to do, actually. We should do their progress ratio as the closest position on the curve. I think that would be interesting. So yeah, we can do that there. So we're going to do... var starting position. Vector 3 equals path follow dot get closest. No, path. Hang on, how do we actually get I know. Path follow. Get parent. We're going to do var p path 3D equals that. And then we're going to do var nearest Oh, we have to get it from the curve. Okay. How do I do that for the sound? If we go to... It should be under... somewhere in here. Soundscape. Maybe it's under entities? Oh, it's just way up here. Okay. Basically, these things here. These path audio players. Okay. Path global transform inverse L. So this is our relative position and our thing there. And then that means that we go to back to Pathwalker. Okay. And this is just going to be global position of body. So yeah, start from the nearest location. And this will just make it so that when the doctor starts his thing, or like starts his schedule again, he will not be, or he will not restart from one end and then go back to the other. He'll just start from wherever he is currently. So var offset equals path dot curve dot closest offset relative. So it returns the closest offset to 2 point. This offset is meant to be used in sample baked or sample baked up vector. So it returns the closest point on baked segments. I'm actually not sure what this returns here. I guess it might actually be... We can just do path follow. Offset? No. Progress equals offset? Let's see if this works. So yeah, what I should be able to do, let's go back into the doctor's place, rewind time. Okay. World set time 9.7? Okay. There we are. So our relative position, this is our position relative to the curve, and then when we do that, what is this offset? 0.099. Okay. That looks correct, but we are also there. So what I'm going to do then is actually, let's rewind time again, because I'm going to talk to him right when he does this. And then world set time 13.9. That didn't work. Oh wait, because okay, go back to there. Not what I need. Okay. Okay, good. I think this is correct. Because I think this offset... I don't know what offset means, though. Like, does it explain what the offset is? Like, is this... I don't know, it just... Okay. Returns a point within the curve at position offset, where offset is measured as the distance in 3D units along the curve. Okay. And then path follow. Is this the same if we do progress here? Is this the same number? Measured in 3D units along the path, because this is just, it's just a different name. And I don't know if they're the same thing and it's just confusing, or if they're two different things with two different, like, units or whatever. No, okay. This does seem to be the exact correct... Okay, that seems to be the same thing. So that means that that should work. And now I just need to figure out how I can test that. I think what I could do... I know what to do. Come back out to here. Time, like, No, we don't need to do that yet. I'm going to do, inventory, erase, lab, entry, and then save load, erase stat, doctor quest, and then also erase doctor unlocked. And then we save. And then we restart. And then what I can do is hopefully I can time it such that I enter right before, or so that right in dialogue. Okay, I'll say that that's probably fine. I think what I need to do is set time to 15. Let's double check what the doctor's timing actually is here. People, schedule. Okay, at 16, or at 16, which is actually 4 a.m. He does that. So we should be able to pretty easily time this. Okay. Okay. So they finally sent this out. Oh yeah, I just realized how this will actually work. Because he's going to be staying here, we just need to wait for him to actually do it now. So yeah, we can just wait here for like 30 seconds or 20 seconds, however long, and he should just immediately teleport to here, and then he's done with his quest. Let's just wait. There we go. Okay. And so if we check, that seems correct, actually, because if we go here, so path followed up progress, okay, and then we go to evaluator, path follow dot progress, what is it, relative progress or progress relative? Progress ratio. Okay. Okay, that's correct. And then what we should be able to do is here Who is this belonging to? Okay, this is the doctor's path follow. So what he should do is he gets the path, and then he gets all this stuff. And then what he's going to do is, if... interesting. I thought he would be... So he's still there. Okay. So yeah, he literally went to the closest path, which was like here, and then went there. And then he's done. Okay, good. So that means video game now does what I want it to do. Doctor does what I want him to do. He's not as confusing as he was before, because now after you talk to him, he just either stands here or he goes down here afterward. He will never teleport all the way to the other side of the world and then walk back to here, which is what his schedule wanted him to do. Alright. Alright, so now I need to also check Bill in that big sculpture. Honestly, Bill kind of has most of the emotions. Love, longing, and pride. But okay. If I know anything about my next-door neighbor, it's how proud he is of that sculpture. I have to venture out at night or he'll talk my ear off. Well, that'll be a perfectly fine candidate for pride. We still need love and longing. Okay, ear off. About it. I mean, because he'll just talk your ear off in general. So it should be clear that what he's talking about. But alright, and let's double check this, because now... Okay, good. Now there's no rainbow until the sun is actually shining on this, because I was having issues where the moon... There's a light that hits the moon that's independent of the sun, and it was also hitting these things. And also, I forget why it was set up that way. Oh, wait, it was because I thought the moonlight was a separate thing. Okay. But okay, so now we got that. And I want to also double check that the sun is still decently visible. Or no, that there's still a little bit of a rainbow when the sun actually starts hitting the objects. Because I want it to just be, you know, something you can get a glint of in the morning. And then something you get more of in the afternoon. Yeah, there we go. You can see a little bit of a rainbow there. And now it actually, like, is at the correct direction. Because basically what was happening was the moon was substantially brighter than the sun. And so it was actually, like, from the wrong angle. Yeah, I like that. I wanted to go see the penguins, Mrs. Weston. Alright, I'll go find him. But first off, I need to get the car. Actually, no, what I should do is not play the game for the 15th time in a row. Wait, hang on. There we go. Also, I think what I might do is have it so that the challenge photos are cropped to a 4:3 ratio. And then when it fades them in, it also crops them. Because right now, if the player has a different aspect ratio than my computer, it's all janky. Or then the photos that are currently taken. It gets all weird. So I think what I'll do is I'll just do that. Wait, I keep forgetting. I don't need to be here. I need to commit all this stuff. Okay, let's see what this actually is. We did a lot today now. Close all that stuff. And I should probably do more, but okay. Stands in front of the thing. So that is now May 2nd taken care of. And we got the fridge that leads to the tunnels. Make speech bubbles not overlap. Sound when respawning. Cone sounds. I might just have some sort of generic hollow object sound, like cardboard. Because I also need that for the pizza boxes and ice cream. Probably. Fix biker teleporting. I don't really care that much. I'm going to move that down. Fix slope on sidewalks, making it hard to walk. That'll be good. How to deal with different aspect ratios. I had that here. Crop to, or let's say, crop both to 4:3. Close that. In the fade in. I think it's fine if the full photo is 16:9, maybe. Well, then again, if it's a vintage photo, you might prefer it to be 4:3. But okay. This is... Did I not commit... Wait, I didn't commit anything since the start of the day, but okay. Caught up with May to work. Alright, and I got a whopping 20 minutes or so to dedicate to this. Well, I don't know, I could do more. I'll do something funny for this. I think I did that already. Disable soundtrack when playing, that'd be good to do. Do I do that already? Properly align... Wait, what does properly align all the things mean? I just... Oh, all the status pages. Yeah, they all need to be aligned properly. They are not... But okay, doctor's house, ground floor. Yeah, let's do this one first because it's annoying. Well, thank you, Godot. Whatever this little crappy UI system. There's something so fiddly with it's specifically the Windows tree menu. Because I didn't implement the logic behind it, but basically, like, sometimes I can put this above this, but right now it's going to actually put it at the bottom. Because it's going to make it a child of the node instead of a sibling like that. But sometimes I can do it. But yeah, most of the time I can't. But okay. Go back to the world. And actually bring Godot back. I don't know why I closed it. And actually, I think I'm going to work for a couple more hours, so I'm going to take a little break now, and then I'll be back. Okay, I'm back, I think. Alright. So now, our next task is to make the curbs a bit more accessible because the player has an unfortunate thing where they cannot properly walk up these slopes. Which I could probably... I'm actually trying to think, is there a better way to do this? I think it might be replacing the player's sloped feet. And my sister is having a baby boy, so she's there's excited texts going on that I'm also looking at. I think what I might try is actually fixing the player's movement because I have to do that anyway. Let's quiet this down a little bit. Yeah, that's about good. Okay. Yeah, holy shit. Actually, hang on, I'm just gonna mute my phone. Where's that? How do I... This phone sucks. There's not just a button to set it to vibrate mode. I have to set the volume, and then I have to press a separate button. But okay, player... There we are. So basically, something I've been thinking about is, can I use a cylinder here? So it'd be 0.24. Then probably 0.4. Let's say 0.4. Well, 0.3 maybe? And then for our other ground cast, we can try the same thing, maybe. This would be 0.15, and then like 0.2, maybe. Let's just see how this does, because this will mean that now it actually gets the slope of the terrain instead of the... And I might try having one of them be a sphere and the other be a cylinder. But okay. I am seeing the issue already, which is that we actually do need this to be... we need both of these to be the correct, like, size here. There we go. But okay, let's test this on... Okay. So we can see one of the places where... I guess it's forgivable. Here. Because I can just change these slopes here. But let's see if that has fixed or, like, improved the situation at all. Because, yeah, I would like the ability... I think that will improve situations like this, where I was, you know, before I would, like, slide off like that. What I might do is also, reduce those radii now. Well, I don't mind it, actually. If the player wants to stand here, they can stand here, you know? But yeah, I'm going to see how it feels doing some of the trickier platforming. Specifically... Oh, well... Hang on. What the fuck just happened? We got, like, stuck underneath something somehow. Oh, we can get stuck... Okay. That's very bad. We're, like, stuck into the ground. Yeah, I think it's, like, now it's cutting between... these two colliders, I think, or doing something like that. Hang on, where's our actual collision shape here? I think this should also be a cylinder shape of 0.26 by... Oh, no. 0.26 Where is this actually? By 0.52. Let's see if that fixes that at all. No, that does not even slightly fix the issue. Yeah, we can somehow now, like, cut through. I don't like that one bit. I think Groundcast 2 should still be a sphere shape. Maybe. Maybe that'll fix it. No, now we're broken. Man, try this again. I think maybe Groundcast 2 got broken. Okay, because now we see... Okay, I like that. So now we're not having that issue where it cuts through the collision and, like, breaks. I think it's because sphere collisions are just more accurate. I'm not sure exactly what the issue is there. But that does mean... Ooh. Ooh, hang on. That's a new one. So yeah, I think maybe oh. What is that? So I'm trying to think, what exactly do I want in this situation? How do I want to detect what the ground is? Man, what the fuck is that? Is the player, like, colliding with itself here or something? Why is all my crap, like... Okay. Get this out of here. Get that out of here. What is this? Oh, this is a... Okay. This is like a debug mesh. Okay. Have that as well. Can I, like, click on the things that I'm trying to click on? What is the deal with these? I can click on everything in the entire world except for the collisions that actually, like, represent things. But okay, this is just our collision shape. And then we have our ground cast, which is this one. Then we have ground cast 2, which is this one. Okay, these are squares. They just don't look like squares. Oh yeah, we need to have the player sprite visible. Wait, why is it not broken now? Oh, it is broken. I couldn't jump. Yeah, it's completely broken now. Like, it's really, really broken. And I'm, like, walking, like, a mile away. Oh, because it's global transforms, because Godot is fucking broken. Basically, anytime I move anything, it doesn't actually send the local position. It sends the global position, which means that now all of my collisions were at the center of the world because I dared to move them like 1 inch. And instead of just sending the local position... Can I fix that somehow? Like, local... No. Because, yeah, basically, synchronized scene changes doesn't work. In fact, I'm going to see if that's on the Godot GitHub. It should be synchronize global transform. I think there actually was something there. Remote 3D transform updates position when used global coordinates is enabled regardless of the update position field. I don't know what this means. Target get global transform target node. Huh. Okay, so there's this use global coordinates. Godot, use global coordinates? I want this specific search result. So what the heck is a remote transform 3D? Okay, this is a different thing then. This is not the synchronization thing. Does nobody else use the, like, synchronization thing? Because you'd think other people would use this. So yeah, because this isn't the same thing either. Live syncing of transforms has regressed. Now only works through editing the transform in the inspector. Transform in editor gizmo location is location value, but in-game is global transform. Fix node 3D children using top level in different position in editor versus runtime. Huh. I'm not sure what exactly, if this is related, because I can't even parse what the sentence is trying to say. Okay, so factored in top level when setting position the first time a tree is entered. Position information update immediately upon selecting blah blah blah. Okay, I don't get... Editing spatial transform through inspector updates that, but not vice versa. Fair enough. Different transform behavior. Method to parent node while keeping global transform. Spatial translation not updating transform in inspector. Okay. Nobody has ever on Earth had any issue with the behavior that I'm having issues with, where I literally constantly need it to update the local transform, because if I'm ever fiddling with the player, I want the player to not have all of their parts like fly off to God knows where. Yeah. So now we're having the issue where somehow we're getting pushed around like that. Okay, turn this back into a sphere collider then. I don't think that's going to work. Keep that as it was. Okay. So what were the other issues I was having? I was having issues with the stairs here are kind of jank. What I might wind up doing is just, I kind of just need to change the behavior of some of the slopes. Okay, now it's like way more fucked up than it was before. Hang on. What did I do? Is it because I changed the collision shape here? Change that back to a sphere shape as well. It's like 0.26, right? Okay, keep the collision shapes the same. Let's change the code instead. I'll have to figure out, like, when things don't work. Yeah, because you can see here, for example, for some reason, it considers it, like, good enough, but then not good enough. So yeah, first problem. Making it consistent to, like, jump on top of things like this, which... There we go. Huh. Well, now I can't actually get the jank to happen. I didn't even change anything. Yeah, because I don't mind this. No, I do mind this, actually. Yeah, when the player collides with something, it should completely slide them off. Is colliding... Oh, wait, no. Let's go to standard body. Close other tabs. Yeah, so function... Move... So let's apply the state. What state are we even in? So we're in current value 0, which is ground. Interesting. Why are we in the ground, actually? Go back to here. Or no, next state here. So we are... So if the ground cast is colliding... Oh. And... Wait, hang on. Okay. I think what I need to do is actually, if ground normal and ground normal dot y is greater than min dot grounded. And actually I'm going to have constant min dot... I guess that's fine, actually. And then we should probably have something else there as well, but okay. That should change that. So now we should not be on the ground. Ignore that. So now we shouldn't have that situation there. Now we have an even worse situation. Okay, so what is our ground normal? X, Y, Z. Why is our ground normal Y? Or why is our ground normal like 0.99? That's not even, like, true. So if groundcast there, N is this. Okay, so that's X and Y and that. And then we have that. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, actually what we need is, if is colliding, or if, get slide count? Okay, I see what it is. Raw collision. So I think what I actually need here then is, what's happening, I think, is the body of the player is touching a wall. However, these are touching the ground, and it considers them to be grounded. So I think this groundcast 2 should be a lot shorter. Maybe like 6... Maybe like 5.5 even. Oh wait, wrong. Wrong button. Okay, ignore those for now. We'll deliberately send ourselves back to an incorrect state, so this should just make that state less likely to happen. Where basically the ground thinks... So here, I think we're kind of seeing that happen. Basically, we're colliding against the wall. But these two are colliding against the top of the log. And so it's like, well, you're basically on the ground. And here we can see a failing of that. Where for some reason it considers us on the ground, I think, for a little bit. Let's try pausing that, not showing console. Is there some way to, like, unfocus? I know. Because, yeah, if I press space here, it's going to press that instead of doing what I want, which is letting me jump. And I can't press A here because that's considered enter. I fucking hate Godot. Okay, so I need like a debug unfocus. And I'll need to have this not bound. Oh wait, no. Okay, and then, actually, let's say basically here, release demo, so like remove or unbind debug controls, F1 and F2. So what I need now is we need to go to UI, function input, if event is in or is action pressed, debug unfocus if control current focus owner. Okay. Get viewport. Get viewport. Get or GUI get focus owner. If f dot focus release focus. Okay. We can just release focus. So now I should have the superpower to press F2. Can't do that yet because I have to restart the game. But I just want to see the player's state and be able to jump. And then be able to see what's happening. Yeah, if we click that, now we have that. And I actually need the ability to... I wish I could move this upward. Oh, but it's the details body. Fuck me. I don't give a shit about the details body. Hang on. We need to do, Actually, could I do... Hang on, I just realized. Let's go back to this. Console. Debug console here. Do we have the live debug in here? Can I do, like... that? No. I'm just gonna have... var debug. Okay. So now I can get the debug, and that should let me actually be able to, like, debug something else. Okay. I think what I should be able to do is, box. Let's do that. Or, okay, there we are. So now what I should be able to do is debug.debug player.body. And that should get me what I need. So if I did debug player body. There we are. And now what I can do is we can show the console and I can press F2 to unfocus that. And now things are changing, and now we have our body and our position and stuff like that. So I'm going to check the state. Okay. So we are doing exactly what I thought, which is alternating between the ground and falling. But here we actually would... This is just the ground state. I don't care for that. Okay. Let's fix alternating between grounded and falling, first of all. Well, get next. What am I looking for? Set next state. Okay, so at some point where we aren't on the ground here, I think what I have to do is should land and on the ground should be different. Okay, well that's not very exciting. And then I want to see... Okay. Now it happened. I think because our ground normal, we should probably just have like a min dot. I'm going to just replace both of these. So it's going to be min dot fall. And this will actually be, yeah, that'll be that. And then min dot land. I'm going to say this is going to be like 0.68 and this is going to be like 0.72. Okay. And then we're going to change all of these. So if allows ground contact and ground is colliding and that and that and that. Min dot fall or min dot land there. Apply state min dot fall. I think it's going to be basically anytime we're checking if it's greater than it, we check min dot land. And here, yeah. We're greater than min dot land. Wait, less than min dot. Okay, good. But then grounded. So when we're on ground. Oh, I see. That does need to be that. Okay, so that means that we don't fall there. So that means there should at least be a little bit more of a difference. Like the exact same slope can't trigger us to fall and then land in the same, like, or one frame after the other. It has to be at least a little bit of a different slope. But okay, let's ignore that for the time being. Let's try to figure out some of these. Okay. No, that's still not really... Yeah. Look at this. Okay. But debug, player, body. Actually, I'm going to put that over here. There we are. No, we're still getting the exact same thing. But why, actually? Okay, what's our ground normal? Is that in here somewhere? Yeah, it is. Man, let's go ground normal Y in here. Oh, wait, no. And that should be still a property. Oh, but that doesn't work for that. I guess we can do self ground normal Y there. Maybe that'll work. And then we can try this once again. No, that didn't work. I guess I can just do like function dot ground return ground normal dot Y. Then we do that. Okay. Okay, so extremely confusing thing. First of all, where's our coyote time? So return... Oh, they should be greater than timefall, right? Oh, wait, no. No, because it's on ground. Check the coyote timer, then. Yeah, how are we alternating from states so frequently? Let's do a print. Oh, wait, no. Let's go set state. Print deep. Oh, wait, no. Trying to figure out how do we actually, like, properly diagnose this? Because, first of all, I don't think there's any possible way on ground. So if not on ground, is this what's being set here? That's not possible. This shouldn't even be possible. Because we set it to 0, or we add the timer. Set state. So if S equals ground, maybe that? Was that the issue? That might have been, actually. But okay. Okay, so that kind of fixes it. Okay. That does fix it, actually. At least that part. And then the question is, why are we, like... good. Hang on. Dot ground. Let's return this greater than, min dot land. Okay. So why is it so different between all of these three things? Oh, I think I know what it is. It's because when we, on ground, or when we get ground normal, we should probably just return the max of the backup of all these things. So, like, Okay. Var n1 equals vector 3.0. Var n2 equals vector 3, 0. And then if ground cast is colliding, n1 equals get collision normal there. If ground backup cast dot is colliding and 2 equals backup cast, get collision normal. And then we just return the max of those. So we're just going to do so we don't need that. We don't need this. N equals backup normal. Ground equals backup cast, get collider 0. Var G1 is going to be node. Var G2 node. So G1 equals ground cast get lighter 0, 0. G2 equals backup cast get collider 0. Actually, how many fucking casts can we get here? So, yeah, seriously, how many collisions can we get? The number of collisions detected at the point of impact uses to iterate over multiple collisions. I'm just going to do assert ground cast.get collision count is less than or equal to 1. And if that's not true, I'm going to die, because I don't want to deal with making a big for loop right now. Then we're going to do, I kind of want to have basically a best of, so it's going to be like a var or function best of G1, G2, N1, N2. So these are both nodes. And then node, and then node. So basically, if G1 is in group stairs, return G1. Oh wait, no, I can't do that actually, because we need to have this. Oh no, we can't do that, that's fine. If G2 is in group stairs, return G2. Oh wait, no, this should actually return 1 or 2. Or actually more like 0 or 1. This'll return an int. This will just compare two grounds. Else, or we'll do elif n1.y greater than n2.y, return 0, else return 1. And actually we'll do greater than or equal here. It'll prioritize the ground of the main cast, otherwise it'll return the supporting cast. And so what we do here is then var b equals ground best of n1, no, g1, g2, n1, n2. And eventually I'll also have this do something else. Argument 3 should be node, but is vector. Oh, wait, no. These should be vector 3s, obviously. Okay. Var ground equals g1 if b. No. G2 if b else g1. Var n equals n2 if b else n1. Okay. And so that means that we set our current ground to the ground and that stuff, and we step. Okay. And that should be a much better, more accurate thing. Except for the fact that I can't be bothered to actually get all of the collisions for the collisions. Oh, right. We need to have if not G1, return 1. If not G2, return 0. Okay, and then we're going to do actually we should just do if not G1 and not G2, return false. Or return vector 3, 0. And we'll also have like a current ground equals null, maybe? I need to double check that. What did we have before? Okay, before we just returned the vector 3, we didn't set the ground. So we'll just do the same here. So yeah, now we'll get both ground collisions and we'll pick the best one, regardless of how else things are. And then eventually I need to figure out if we actually do have any assertions. But okay, I think that should hopefully reduce the amount of, like, flicking between states. Okay. This is not actually true. We need to do 4G in, no, 4C in ground cast dot collision count. We're going to do var n equals that, var g equals, and these are both going to be C. And then, if ground best of N1, G1, N, G, N1 equals N, G equals G1, no, G1 equals G. Oh, right. But this is supposed to be G1, G, N1, N. Okay. And I'll just do exactly the same thing here. 4C2 in ground, or backup, get collision normal, or get collision count. Why is this bad? What's the issue with that? Variable n is declared already. We're just going to do nx then. G1 is used before an assignment. Oh, right. Well, no. There we are. Okay, and then we'll do an X. Our G equals backup cast get collider C2. If ground best of G2, G, N2, NX. G2 equals G, N2 equals NX. Okay, there we go. So now we go through all of the collisions. We'll make sure that it's the best. We'll also check every individual one of them to make sure they're in the stairs. Okay. That should be good now. So that should not break there. That didn't really fix our issue here, but that should ideally slightly improve things with the collisions, maybe? Oh, look at that. It actually, like, well, it slightly improved it, kind of. If we move fast enough, we can go up this slope without any issue. If we're lucky, which actually kind of makes it worse. The fact that we can go up it just fine sometimes. I don't like that. What I'm thinking is it possible to get a ground normal with one of those, Like, why do I, like, stop and die here? I don't care for that. Yeah, that hasn't dramatically improved anything. Alright, I forgot. We weren't even having issues here. Yeah, What exactly do I want here? I want the player to not do that, I guess. Oh, wait, no. We need to put that over here. Debug, debug, player, body. The fabled F2. Okay, so we're considered on the ground here. So I think what I want is actually to not consider the player on the ground until their collider. So what safe fraction do we have? Collision safe. 0.63 there. I think what we need is the backup cast actually to do something. Ground. So get safest. So I think here, I'm actually going to do the backup cast. Wait, no. Not there, actually. That's fine there. I think here, this should be backup cast. And then I want, can do here, backup cast. And then we can do that here as well. So now, it's substantially worse. And also we're not... Why can't I jump? Oh, wait, right, because I was... Okay, so now we're getting into a new scenario. Oh, right, because the ground doesn't know. Okay. F, greater than, less than. So this here, let's say this will be like a min fraction land. So we're going to have basically that here as a constant min dot min fraction land equals so higher here is, I think, worse. Min fraction fall 7.8, and let's do 0.82 because I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, because the safe, this is basically calculating how far has the thing moved. So basically this should be less than some percentage. So okay, what that should be is grounded, or like on ground. So basically this will be if ground normal and ground normal y less than that, and let's just get like a function ground intersection. This will actually have to be, this will be very complicated. Because basically, what I think I want is the min of, or basically if ground cast is colliding, return ground cast dot get closest safe fraction. Elif backup cast is colliding. Return backup cast get safest. Else return 1. And this will be float. And basically, and ground intersection greater than min dot or min fraction fall. And so what we'll have here is this is also going to be ground intersection. And here where we do that, yeah, min fraction land is correct. And velocity y that. So basically, we're having more things where it can't flip-flop frame by frame.
You know, to land, you have to be in a condition that exceeds the requirements to leave the ground. You know, you have to be even more grounded than you have to be on the ground. And those sort of overlapping requirements are pretty important for video games to feel, or to not have those instances of things like shifting frame by frame when it's like right at the border. The border has to be two different borders. Oh wait, we still need that. We need that. We need that. F2, actually. There we go. So that still doesn't really work. In fact, now it's substantially worse because the timer's always going down for some reason. And that's because our min fraction is always... Wait, hang on. On ground, so this should be greater. So this should never be... This should never be happening. Hang on, let's do evaluator. Ground intersection. 0.63, so that's greater than that. So this should be 0 here. Ground normal. Ground normal y is greater than min dot fall, and ground intersection is greater than min fraction fall. Oh wait, it needs to be less than. I mixed it up. Okay, there we go. So now it's a little bit more stable, except for the fact that we can see here. But we are still considered on the ground in this situation. We're not shifting to the fall state here. And we don't need that available, so we'll just hide that. So I think it is a little bit better, except for, as you can see, this very boundary condition is pretty bad still. And that's still because the player's actual collider is colliding with stuff. And I think what I might do is just have it where if the player's body is colliding, they're not considered on the ground, maybe? No, that'd be terrible. Because then you couldn't be, like, next to a wall. How do I want to fix that, though? Let's at least see if I've, like, improved the situation, because the main problem was that problem. That. Well, now I can't reproduce it. You know, jumping at a weird angle and then you, like, get caught on the ground. Because, like, if I jump from, like, a specific angle, I can get up here just fine, but only from that specific angle, and that's not, like... that's not the nature of the challenge of the video game. You know, figuring out what angle you're supposed to jump at. It's weird because I literally can't reproduce it consistently. Like, I can't reproduce getting caught on it. And I think what the issue is that we're getting... Like, it considers us attached to the ground before we should be. I think. What if I just made the player jump slightly higher? I think I've done that already, but though. I could make the player's collider slightly smaller. I think. We could do like 2 or 1 here. Have it just be very, ever so slightly smaller than the actual, like, body collision. No, that doesn't help at all. I don't think. I think it helps in the sense of, like, it's rarer, and it's easier to jump up here slightly. But yeah, I don't like, yeah, basically, if I get right up next to it, and then I jump, and shortly after I start pressing the analog stick forward, I do that. And that's janky. Because if I jump while pressing the analog stick, I jump over, which is good. And then if I'm slightly far away, and I jump and press the analog stick, I jump over. And so it's not a problem of height, it's a problem of some sort of inexplicable timing issue. Okay, well, let's show visible collision shapes. Try this again. Because, yeah, I don't think I've actually meaningfully improved the player's movement today. But okay, so we can see spheres. I can't actually tell. Oh, wait, no. I can tell. Because there's the red sphere, which is our ground collision. The smaller red sphere, which is our backup collision. This ray cast in the center of the screen, which actually I'm going to hide, because that's the sticker cast. And we don't really need those right now. Yeah, I'll just hide that. Then we have the interaction system, door triggers. Okay. Well, let's ignore that. Let's ignore that as well. So, like, what is the difference here? Let's get, debug, player body again. And also, all my things are not playing. Okay. So I think what I have to do is just, like, analyze that frame by frame. So I'm just going to cut the footage. Okay. And then let's just go to a Vitamux, because that lets me go backwards one frame, which for some reason VLC doesn't. Okay, so what is that? That's going to be recordings. This one. I don't need an update. It's awesome because I'll drag and drop. I drag and drop files, and then after that, it brings up the pop-up, and then I have to drag and drop them again because it doesn't do it the first time. But okay, that should be loading up. What else do I need to do? I guess what I'll do in the meantime is we still need to actually get these curbs. So I think what it's going to be is anywhere they're smooth like that, anywhere the auto smoothing takes care of it, I think they are smooth enough. That at least seems to be the case. Good enough. I don't mind a little bit of intersection there. And then let's fix anywhere here that would be causing issues. I think these ones were fine. Were they? I'll just scoot them a little bit more. Couldn't hurt. Okay, let's see if this is... Does this sound like... I don't think the mute... I don't understand it. Is this mute or is this mute? I'll just turn the volume down. But okay. I want to analyze this frame by frame. Okay, so that's a good jump, and that's a bad jump. So we're moving forward at some point in here. Wow. The world feels much slower when you're advancing it frame by frame. Also, it stopped advancing. Okay. So I need to figure out what are the things that I'm looking for here. So when we can see here, it's typical of the ground, we have the same safe fraction. So these are basically how the ground normally is here. Then we jump, and we go up, and we can see that our backup cast is completely detached from the ground. Our forward cast is almost totally intersecting it. And then we use just enough space that the backup cast gets underneath as well. And now we have a ground normal that's high, so we're going to be up there. Okay. Okay, so now we'll have to see if I can detect any difference between that and like a failed jump. So I think that'd be right after this. Yeah. Let's go right where this... So we start here, then we jump. So both of them disconnect, and then we get that 1.5 on the ground. So I think it might be a timing thing. Yeah, because I think what it is we entered the falling phase now, and so we aren't moving forward anymore, I don't think. Yeah, because I don't think we saw the falling phase there. And now we're in this janky system. So yeah. It feels like the main problem is this cast did not get up on top of there. Which, I think that basically means I would like this cast to have some sort of cylindrical component to it. I think. Because, yeah, otherwise, we get stuck on the ground. Like, we get just stuck there. Because, yeah, it considers that to be a slope. I think the main thing is, in general, I don't want the actual collision normal. I want the normal of the surface we're colliding with. But that's an issue because we're not colliding with the surface, we're colliding with the edge here. That will be difficult to figure out. But let's at least fix these. So yeah, because it's kind of basically just, I didn't jump quite fast enough to go forward all the way. But no, I think the other big question is, why would I not keep going forward here? Why was my movement stopped, basically? Because we can see here, X, Y, Z, so we're going up, and then our Y is immediately canceled out. Or X movement is immediately canceled out, which means... Oh, I forgot. That's because I stopped pressing forward on the analog stick when I jumped. Yeah, because I jump, and you can see that my velocity here is 0.4 or whatever. Can't I do like... Ooh, that wasn't quite what I wanted. Oh, I see. That takes up both monitors. Well, I can use that for a little bit. Yeah, so our movement goes there. And then I think our jump is 5 point something meters. Let's go to jump velocity. Vel jump. .5. So we never actually see 5.5 meters, which is strange. But yeah. I think it's because we're decelerating rapidly, which is weird. Where we jump. And the next frame, we're decelerated. And then we start pushing forward on the analog stick. And it's immediately canceled out the next frame. Okay. That's when we intersect with the ground normal. And that should only apply... Okay, I see what's happening. Ground normal. The ground normal should not cancel out our velocity unless we are on the ground. So basically, velocity equals velocity slide ground normal. This should not be true. Basically, what we should have is if... So what is ground state? If allows ground contact. Well, I think they should just be return state equals state dot ground, or state equals state dot snail, or state equals state dot splat. Okay. So yeah, I think that was the issue. Let's put that back to 2. There we go. Actually, I think 0. Yeah, there we go. Let's see if this works. So this should be now, it won't remove our horizontal velocity. Because yeah, that was the issue there. Well, actually, that could lead to other issues where we can easily, like... No, that didn't fix it at all. Because yeah, you can see here, basically, until we get that little backup contact on the ground, we just can't, we just can't move forward. What if I just make the time of the jump longer? So yeah, time jump end. What if it's like 0.4 here? Oh wait, no. Time jump. Okay, that is correct. Yeah, what if we just double that? That's janky as fuck. Okay, so that 100% isn't going to be correct. What if we had time jump fall? And basically what we would do is, if state timer greater than... Lift state timer greater than time jump fall and should land set state dot ground. Right now, let's do time jump land and time jump fall. And close that and go back up to here. So yeah, we can land after 0.2 seconds, but we will turn into falling at 0.4 seconds. So that means that now we have a little bit less of a graceful thing, but that's fine. And actually, time jump fall. I think I would prefer to have this, though, above this, because that check is just cheaper. So it doesn't quite fix the issue of here I don't jump onto it, but here I do. Because I just really, really don't like that issue. What if I made the player have... I still think putting the player's main body in a cylinder would perhaps be the right answer. And then we have... yeah, if we make the player a cylinder. And then anytime the player's cylinder is colliding with something, we say, yes, that is the ground now. I feel like that could still work. But let's at least check some stuff here. So you can see here, for example, I'm not entirely sure how we're on the ground. I think it's, what is it actually? How are we colliding with anything? Oh, I see. This thing is colliding with this surface here, and this one's colliding with the floor, and so it considers these to be good enough. And so basically it considers this to be the floor here. Even though we'd prefer to have it be this one. Okay, so there's basically, I'm thinking a few different bugs here, yeah. And we can see it here again. So I think what I need to do, I'm going to set this up for probably tomorrow, because I'm getting tired. But okay, at least I fixed that. I think. Actually, let's double check that. But yeah, so movement fixes will be things like, yeah, and we can see now, that works. What I could potentially do is just bevel everything in the game. Or bevel a bunch of the platforming segments. That could... well, no. I don't want to do that. But yeah, okay. So now we can get up the curbs pretty easily. So yeah. This bug... let's have that... let's just put it here. Well... yeah, let's just put it here. Player movement fixes. So, like, the floating. That'll be, use the correct collision, or relevant collider, or shape cast the floor height. Because, yeah, this is the nature of the bug, or this bug. We know we're on the ground because this one's colliding. However, we always use the larger collider to determine the height of the floor. So that's why the player's feet are here and not here. And then the next one would be... the other bug is just the sort of, like, imprecision here of this jump. And I just can't figure out how I would do that in a better way, because using a cylinder for the shape colliders, I feel like that could be the... I feel like that is the answer. Well, there's just so many downsides, though. I just... Yeah, because I like having the... oh. Right here, there's also the issue of this shape cast. is a little bit too... It's just barely too close. So actually, I'm going to put that back where it was. Or I'm going to just extend it out a little bit more. So that was here. Let's do 0.5. No, let's just do 0.6. Basically, that'll fix this again. So now we can still consider ourselves on the ground as we go up these stairs. But actually... Now there's the issue that I prefer having that there, because that means that we can go up this step. Yeah, because is that floating really a bug? Or is that just like how the player goes upstairs? No, I think we need some sort of... I think we do need some sort of minimum bound, but it should be more complicated than that. Like, basically, like here, where it's basically 90 degrees, we should not be floating because there's no hope of us actually getting up here by just jumping, and that's really janky. And you can see here... Basically, we can sometimes jump up to here. Sometimes. And then we have, yeah, that jank there. Where basically... It's going from both of them are too far. Yeah. So I think it needs to be basically, there needs to be a sufficient, so basically, only use large shape cast for the ground when the slope, or when the dot is sufficient. So something like, 0.2. Or like... Because, yeah, we don't need it to be perfect. Or we don't need to have, like, perfect ground, because we do want that for the ability to climb upstairs, but we want to constrain it much more than we are right now. And we want to use the lower collision shape. If the player is just, like, right next to a wall like this, we want that to only be possible, like, about here. Then you can start going up the slope, I think. Yeah, because until then, we can just have the player, like, not go up. Okay. I wonder if I can do that now. Shape cast. That would basically be, update ground contact here. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is, if that and that, ground contact do that. Okay. And then what it's going to be is, bar, let's just do like a update contact delta ground cast. So delta ground cast. Oh no, cast shape cast 3D. Well, so yeah, basically I'm going to split it out into a function, and then I'll be able to do this function with both of these. There we go. Okay. Oh, and this should be amount. Okay. Or like difference? Okay. And yeah, what we can do here is if I'm gonna have this be a Boolean. And we'll have that be there, and then return this. Okay. So what we're going to do is if cast dot get, or like if not cast is colliding, or cast dot get collision normal 0 dot y is less than 0.2, return false. And we're going to do or update contact delta backup cast. And then when we update the ground contact, we'll do that. Let's see. So, and frames active, and update ground contact delta. So yeah, if we've actually updated the ground contact, we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll clear this. Okay, good. Let's try this again. Let's make sure that the stairs work, and then let's make sure that the, like, riding up next to a wall doesn't work. Because now what it should do is, if the slope is low enough that we can actually get on top of it, you can see here that now it's a little bit different. Because we don't have this here. Well, as much. So that means that going upstairs feels a little bit more jerky, but let's make sure that that doesn't happen here. It does, except we can see here, previously we would be floating off the ground in this situation, but now we aren't, until we actually move fast enough to actually get up over that. Okay, that feels more reasonable than before, and that actually feels a bit more powerful for like, oh wait, but that means we can't get up this. Unless, let's do round. So we actually need to still get the collision normal. Okay, so we're gonna do if not ground cast or I think this will be a bit complicated. Basically, we need to check for if or actually I have a better idea here. Not ground or ground dot is in group stairs, and this is actually current ground. Okay, so if we don't have the ground, or that ground isn't in the stairs, and we don't have a collision normal, then okay, there we go. So now it behaves as expected. Here we still push up as we did before. There is a subtle bit of jank, but I think that might also just be from the performance hit of like rendering all the collisions. Okay, let's see. Oh, but that means that now it's a bit harder to get into there. Okay, let's test that again. And we also have a little bit, well, it feels like some of the jank is improved a little bit. This still isn't improved. But okay. And we can still get up the same steps, which is good. I was worried that this wouldn't be feasible. And it is funny that we can, like, step on top of the lemonade in this janky way. I should probably make this a bit more obvious that you can walk up here. Because it's, like, just barely possible for the player. Yeah, there is some frame drops, and I'm worried about those now. Maybe it's... because it might be the rendering. But it might be that now the physics are doing more work. Because we calculate those normals a lot of times. Okay, actually, let's check... what was the issue here? I think I was, like, jumping weirdly. Now I can't even, like, jump in the wrong place. I think it was basically I landed in here. Or just landed on this wood. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. This feels okay, except for the fact that sometimes I still trip over that. I think I should just make his house slightly lower. I might do that, actually. If we just go to the world and then just make his house like 5 centimeters shorter. Let's see, is there anything here that would be... ah, but then the ground here needs to go down a little bit. For there. Okay. Test this on for size. We'll let that cook. Okay. Because yeah, I think it's just, it's ever so slightly tall enough that we can't reliably jump up to it. So yeah, what if we just make it shorter? Alright, will the video game work? Okay, test this now. Okay, yeah. Now we can go there, and we can do like that. Okay. Do I want to move the grass up a little bit, though? I think for now, I'm fine with that. And now the gnomes are a little bit low, because we did move down the whole world. Because yeah, and you can see here now the grass is sticking up a little bit. I don't care for now. I'll do that. I'll fix that later. But okay, that one particular jump is now fixed. So now I won't constantly, like, have to try twice. Well, let's double check. Yeah, because this is the way to reproduce it. You stand still, and then you jump and press forward after you started jumping. Okay. Well, easy peasy. Easy game. Okay, I'm going to say that is basically fixing that. Wait, where'd my to-do list go? Did I close it for some reason? Okay, player movement fixes. I think that's fixed. And I think we fixed the jump as well, because it's that specific jump. It's like that exact height is slightly too tall for the player to reliably jump up it. And so they have to be at a very particular angle. And so I'll just make sure that to not do that. Alright, but now it's 8 p.m. here, so I'm gonna get out of here. Oh. Ability, or like, more methods. Debugging. Yeah, because now I can just explicitly set what I want to debug. Alright, what else did I do? Probably just a bunch of player body fixes. Player movement fixes. Or I guess improvements. Whew. See, I'm about a day behind still. But at the very least, I am not 2 days behind. But alright. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll be back tomorrow. See you later.